Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Arizona versus Vallow Daybell. We are into day number 3, and we are looking forward to seeing what happens today. We had, we had 2 witnesses yesterday, Captain Kent Keller and retired Detective Dan Coons. So we're looking forward to what today brings in day 3. Who is with us today? Butterfly Dana, hello to you. Are you talking to yourself? I hope not. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Here, let me put on live chat here. Widespread panic, made it over. Your portals never work. That's okay. It's all good. Hey, Fala, Ken Rosenberg. Personally, you're blaming the bot. Wendy Williams, good to see you. So nice to have you back in our chat. Butterfly Dana, awesome. Good to see you. DMB Secondus, hello to you. No. Hi all, can anyone tell me how long it is until court is due to start? Well, I'm not sure when you drop that in, but right now it's going to start in hopefully 8 minutes. Sarcasm, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, 88 keys. Fantastic. Carol, how are you? Hellcat. Therapist, you know, hey. Holly Mac, sorry. I was scrolling while I read that. Holly Mac, how are you? Crime Cafe, awesome. Had to stop in and say I love Lori's new name and as per your title. Awesome. Traveling Teresa, hello. Erica, how are you? Brett, how are you? Golden Girl, hello to you. All right, so for you that don't know, we are dual streaming right now. We're on Verdict Watch over there with Monica Sementili, and we're streaming here, Vallow Daybell. So when a verdict comes in, I'm going to focus over there. I'm not going to end this stream. I'm going to focus over there, and I'll tell you that the verdict is in. So those that are in this stream want to pop over to Monica Sementili. That's cool. But we're going to have no spoilers when the verdict is announced and when it comes in. So no spoilers if you want to go back and watch it afterwards. I will tell you that the verdict is in, but I'm not going to tell you what the verdict is. So that being said, get some light in here. I had to close my curtains. Is that a little bit better? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. All right, close enough. Close enough for rock and roll, right? Okay. All right, yeah, cool. DMB Secondus, nice. It might be Wednesday, but every day is Tuesday with Lori. Yes. All right, I gotta get this feed up, you guys. Let me stop my yapping and get my feed up. Not my feet, but my feed. Vallow Daybell, day 3. Vallow Daybell, day 3. Okay. I thought they had started already, but I guess not. He was just on the stand. Freaked me out there for a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. So they have not started yet. We're just seeing all the background. So cool. Thanks, guys, for coming over. Justice Obsessed came over from the other stream. Awesome. Alice coming over from the other stream. Joanne Jedi Platypus. Awesome. Thank you so much. Coming over. Therapist, glad everyone is here. You guys found your way over. Capri Law. Here we go. Wendy Williams. Sorry, Wendy Williams. I had your headphones on there in the other room. All right. Day 3. All right, Joan was watching from Wisconsin. Heard of you from Recovery Addict. Thank you so much. We love Scott. We love Scott and we love Recovery Addict. There's some static. Yep, there's some static, guys. There's some static. There's a little bit of static. Lou, don't worry. It's them. I'm sure it'll go away when someone taking a shower. I'm sure it'll go away once it kicks in. Okay. All right, I turned it down a little bit. I turned it down. Tell me if that's any better. All right. I turned it down. Wow, they're the camera, they're working on all kinds of stuff over there. Hey, Ken, the Daybell court feed can be a little temperamental. Hang in there, folks. Seriously, good to see you. Good afternoon to you. Let's see. Much better? Okay. Yeah, I just turned it down. I'm going to have to obviously turn the volume back up, but I just turned the feed volume down. So is that the white noise machine, RDB? Oh, that's hard on the ears with earbuds. Sorry, guys. Oh, Holly Mack. We come highly recommended from Scott. Thank you, Holly Mack. We love Scott. We love Recovery Addict. You'll see a lot of people. Trust me, you'll know a lot of people in this stream because a lot of people came to our stream from Scott, from Sarah Boone. We hooked up with Scott. We partnered with him. We borrowed his equipment. We were there live streaming Sarah Boone. We called in. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I called in. We love Scott, and we have a great relationship with him. And you'll notice a lot of people going back and forth between our stream and Scott's stream. Hey, Michelle, how are you? How's Northeast Ohio today? Hey, Regina, good to see you. Justice Obsessed, that works. It muffles your voice when the white noise is on. Okay, cool. Oh, Holly Mack. So happy that you're here. And I'm assuming you're from Canada. Checking out your flag. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Oh, Momo. Wait, wow. This is a great handle. Momo F Dragons or Momo F Dragons. I got to check out what is your channel all about? Oh, Mom of Dragons. Mom of Dragons. Okay, my bad. Got it. Cool. Here I was thinking like Momo Dragons. Mom of Dragons. Love it. Love it. Mom of Dragons. So welcome, Mom of Dragons. Thank you so much for joining us. Therapist says she's driving. Don't take offense. Yeah, guys, if you come in and we don't say hello to you straight away, just trust us. We see you. I take notes, so I'm really focused on taking notes because I do a recap. And our mods are busy too. So if we don't get to you straight away, we see you and we're so happy that you're here. Vice, Tammy, are you here? She was going to grab some food. She'll be with us. She was going to grab some food, Vice. She will be with us. Michelle says, good, just getting lunch. So you're lurking. Cool. Oh, and there's Pammy. You're from Nova Scotia, Cape Breton. I don't know that area, but thank you for joining us. We have a lot of people from Canada in our chat, so I'm sure you'll get to know them. Deidre, nope, hasn't started. Hasn't started yet. Has not started. Oh, Capri Law is also driving. And you guys, just so you know, before we start, we're dual streaming. We're covering Monica Sementili. We're in Verdict Watch over there on that computer. And when Verdict does come in, I'm not going to do anything here. I'm just going to switch, my seat. I'm going to move over here and I'm going to call that Verdict. But I'll keep everything streaming, and I will let the people that are familiar with Monica Sementili that there's a verdict, so they'll probably pop over there, and then we'll come back here. But no spoilers. No spoilers. Dave, I'm a mofo from Oregon. Nice. Mom of Dragons, Netherlands. Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. Holly Mack, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Oops, let me pull you back up. There you go. Equinox, hello, fellow Canadians. Yes, we have a lot of Canadians in our chat. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, Shirley Roth, she's in Montreal. Very East Coast. Yeah, I know I am familiar, at least kind of geographically, where Nova Scotia is. I just don't know specifically. We used to watch a Steve Weagle when we were down in West Palm, east coast of Florida. He was from Nova Scotia. We loved him. We called him the Weegs, the Weagle. Yes, Sinbad, no spoilers. We'll stop spoiling us. Oh, Lowly Wayne. There you go. You're from Ontario. Sandra Oliver, thank you for joining us. Seriously, thanks for providing relief from pre-Easter cleaning binge. Yeah, no worries there. All right. So just so you know, when Monica Sementili's verdict comes in, I'm just going to shift my focus over there, talk over there, but I'll come back here. So I may miss 10 minutes or so of it. So just so you know. But I'm not going to, I'll tell you the verdict is in, but I'm not going to tell you what the verdict is because there will be people that will want to watch that. All right. I don't want to talk over this. Yeah, Bice. Monica Simontelli was a very long trial. We watched it from day one. Sinbad has ex-in-laws in Nova Scotia. Very cool. Hey, Fala. Okay. Thank you, OnlyFan, for the one gifted Trial TV Live membership. Appreciate that. Looks like we have the judge, probably the jury's coming in now. So I'm going to go silent, and we'll find out what's going on in the court.
know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know their relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, I
My
guess,
follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a sword wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the sword wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a sword wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection to relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a short wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of sword mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing?
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned?
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a sword wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a sword wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt, where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts, so it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters, is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off, it had been cut down the middle, down the front.
So just the front was cut, so the back was intact?
Minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object, again, that we've asked and answered this 3
Sustained.
times now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of...
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
As an expert...
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert, and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so, did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look at
Just
these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well from there. So, in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am?
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am?
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard, and upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close, so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion?
Correct.
Okay. That's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual exhibit?
She can approach and.
Okay.
Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
But I have 235 as the case.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at Exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what you
I'm
said?
going to object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area, is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question. Just what? Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic, I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
And object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha, Carolina, and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she gave.
You can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take Exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Yes, thank you. All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected?
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
Okay. We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun?
Yes.
Now you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective. But in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And you know, I'm going to put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at, and it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes.
Do casings bounce and roll?
They do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
This is just where they ended up or stopped?
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located Somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my...
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, saying from the wound on his chest.
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
So that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. If I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions. So, Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244 than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph that there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So, if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him or right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
And when you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward?
Yes.
And then given the distance away from Charles, this would be in your mind consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle?
Correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the one that was right next to him?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so, again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together?
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile as well as the shored wound, and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
If I may go get her.
names are the letters? NANCYJOHANCO. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this?
A lot.
What's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
Okay. As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay. So you didn't really care too much about what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow.
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection, leading. Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019, so since the beginning of that year.
Okay. You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time. He had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens, no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Oh. Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down?
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there, and told them we probably should leave, and then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ. He was so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there, so it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
Okay. So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning, he was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening, or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that? Yeah.
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No.
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
No.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, to have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and, then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not, and I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night, and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross?
Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Naturally?
Argumentative. And I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure,
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611, harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
We'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman, is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance, you stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential...
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight? Maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustain.
testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
So this is why we watch, right? This is why we watch. Boy, is she, oh my God, so many words. And none of them are kind. None of them are kind. Wow, 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 wow. Well, you can hear her just, she just wants to go and claw this lady's eyes out. What did you talk about? Did you talk about me? What did you talk about? How much did you talk about me? Me. God, she is such. Start zapping. Yeah, Regina. Start zapping. Oh my God. This is why we watch. The spice-o-meter is up there. This is why we watch. I feel sorry for Nancy Joe. I hope they prepared her, but I don't think anything can prepare you for Lori. God, she is. We're still on verdict watch for those interested in Monica Cementili. 2 hours, 20 minutes. I got my eyeballs on them. Unbelievable. She is just such a piece of work. Yeah, Billy Moore. She's hating that Charles had someone that was a good woman. Mama of 3. Hey, thank you for joining us. Lori's going to get zapped soon. Oh, man. Yeah. Absolutely. Unbelievable. Good stuff, though. Kimmy. Nancy Joe's holding her own. Yep. The spice must flow. Okay, hold on. Oh. Wow, they're kicking the jury out. Oh, I can't wait to hear what Joe Schmo has to say about this. All right, they may talk after the jury leaves. All right, I'm gonna quiet, and I'm gonna go quiet.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll bring the jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Oh, this is going to open up the door to JJ and Tylee. This is going to open up that door. They're going to kick that door down. Now the jury's going to hear that she deleted her kids. Oh, Lori. State is going to kick. You're going to open that door a crack, and the state is going to hammer you on this. She wanted this to not come in. She so wanted this not to come in, but here we go. Oh boy, here we go. Buckle up. The question was, are you sure? Let's see. What did you discuss about me? It was all about me. What did you and Charles discuss about me? Me. It's all about her. Me. So let's here we go. All right, I'm going to go quiet. Kids were not deleted at that point. Kids were still alive. They passed away in like September, August, September. This was in July. So no, the kids were not. But when you open that door, it just opens the door. I'm sure the state is chomping at the bit to get this out there. Not that it matters. She's spending life sentences anyway in Idaho, but still. Now the jury should hear about what happened. So yeah, this was in July of 2019. The kids were found in September. Oh no. What happened to the feed?
What the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
You gotta be kidding me. All right, hold on, guys. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Unbelievable. Something happened. I'm not sure what. Hang on, guys. Seems like it.
The question, and there's no objection from the state. We'll
No
bring
objection.
the jury back in and have.
All right, hold on.
Answer the question. All right, let's bring the jury in.
All right, we've switched feeds, so let's see what happens. They may have just gone on a break. So just hang tight. Let's see what happens here. This is another feed. I think they went to lunch. Could be it's 12:30. Yeah, they could have gone to lunch. Maybe she jumped over the witness stand. They may have gone to lunch because it is 12:30. So maybe they brought the jury in and then they went to lunch. Oh, you know what? Let me go check with Joe. Let's see if he tweeted anything. Yeah, guys, go to Joe Schmo on Twitter. If you guys are on Twitter, you can check out Joe there. JS Media, JS_media. Lori's last question prompted a sidebar. The headsets weren't working, so the jury was dismissed from the courtroom. Judge says, Lori's last question was, what did Charles tell you about me? Judge says, are you sure you want to ask her that? It really opens a big door. So headsets weren't working, so the jury was dismissed. So that's all he said. That was 25 minutes ago. All right. Seems like they are probably at lunch, you guys. I'm guessing they're at lunch. Although here it says it's short break. I don't know if it's a short break or what it is. Yeah, Baca, win X if your life depended on it. There you go. Well, if you guys are on X, Pretty Lies and Alibis has it. All right, let me see what Gigi's talking about. What is Gigi saying? "35 minutes ago, Lori has a lot more across, so lunch recess." So it looks like they took a lunch recess. So Gigi says, "Judge tells Lori she can ask the question of what all Charles said about her. Open up a really big door." Lori says, "Yes, jury's coming back," but then Lori has a lot more cross, so lunch recess. All right, so there you go. All right, so not on a short break. They're actually on lunch. So that means they're coming back. Well, in the meantime, I can do a... Yes, Lori has to go to lunch. Judge said okay, according to Joe. All right, cool. Thank you for supporting Joe Schmo, JS Media. All right, so they're at lunch. Let's do a recap while we can. It got spicy. You guys, that's for sure. All right, so this morning started out with Mr. Dan Coons. He was on cross of Lori's. So the medical examiner stated stippling in the shooter was 2 to 4 feet. If someone very muscular was holding up a bat, would you... Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Would you consider that a threat? That called for an objection. And the objection was legal conclusion. Lori's like, "It calls for a legal conclusion?" Judge is like, "Yes, move on." "Were you there when my husband was shot?" "No." "Do you know my husband and brother were friends and played golf?" "No." Objection, relevance. I'm going somewhere with this, Your Honor. Did you know, the objection, the next objection was a funeral. Something about, did you know what plans my husband had for his funeral? Did you know that he named my brother one of his 5 best friends? Objection, relevance. He hadn't read any other reports other than his own. Apparently he did a follow-up report, July 29th. He's like, "I haven't memorized the dates. Would you like to refresh your memory?" He said that would be helpful. Then she shows it to him, and then page 31, you explain what a shored wound is. Can you read it? That's objection. Objected to. Judge says you can ask him what a shored wound is. Or he's like, "Okay, can you explain what a shored wound is?" Did you in fact collect clothing? He said yes. He took clothing to the property. Are you familiar with bamboo clothing? Bamboo clothing. He says, "Can't say that I am." Did you know my husband was wearing $200 bamboo workout shirt? That was objected to. Judge says he can answer. Lori, apparently bamboo doesn't rip. Could this fabric cause this wound to be shored? He says it could be, but not in this case. She showed, so then the report, a shored wound would be caused by tight clothing. I guess he put that in his. Sure. Sorry guys, sorry for the hiss. I turned the feed down. Thank you, Aaron, for letting me know. I hope that's better. Is that audio better? All right, hopefully the audio is better. Sorry, guys. So in his report, apparently he said that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. He said he never checked the fabric. But you said it held, but what you said held in place by tight clothing could be caused by shored wound. Is it possible the shirt could have caused this and not the floor? Objection. He was able to answer that, not that he's aware. Did it cover the wound? He said it was a full t-shirt. Was his shirt... let's see. Was his shirt covering the wound? Yes. How big was the hole? The size of a bullet? So small. He said it was bullet size. It was after the shirt had been cut off. It had been cut down the front, which is weird. I thought it was cut. That's not right. It was cut from the side because they didn't want to. That's really weird because they didn't want to cut. They wanted to cut around the bullet holes. pretty sure it was cut to the side. So, did you have, excuse me, have a measurement of the bullet holes? He says no. Is it possible the shirt? Is it possible the shirt caused the shored wound? That was objected to. As an expert, could that fabric cause the shored wound? That was objected to. There's tons and tons of objections. In the last paragraph, could you confirm your suspicions of the position of the body? In your last paragraph, he could confirm the suspicions. He needed the medical examiner's report and the trajectory. Do you know where the shirt is now? He says in evidence. The last he saw, he handed it off to the tech to move to a drying cage. He saw it before it was dry. Did you ever examine it? No. He saw it twice. She said, that's fair. No one tested it for anything. Then they go to the floor plank. And the way she says that, the floor plank that was taken from my residence, she is such a... There were no reasons to test the projectile. Did the projectile actually hit the floor? No, everything appeared it would lead back to the bullet. Wouldn't testing the floor be the easiest thing to do? He says he doesn't know if there would be residue left for testing. Was the projectile tested for any marks on the floor? No. Did you know it was a rental house and we were only there for 3 weeks? He says that he was aware of that. So what she's getting to is that somebody else caused the defects in the wood. The hole could have been there before. He's like, nope. So all the divots we saw couldn't be there before. That objected to. Then she shows the image of the floor. The defect is where the bullet struck, but these defects were already there at the residence. He's like, and they look different. He's like, yep. So the defect is much larger than this one. The defect you're pointing to is in the wood grain, and the other is the actual defect in the board. Do you know the defect for a fact was caused by this bullet? That, of course, was objected to. Then they go on to the baseboard. The bullet was tested for white paint. He's like, no, why not? Well, there's no logical reason to test it. It was logically the bullet passed through your husband and embedded into the baseboard. She's like, okay, that's fair. Then she asked a question, and he said, I don't understand your question. The paralegal went looking for the actual projectile. She asked, was this not tested? Again, that was object and answer to. Does this look clean to you? He's like, no, it's slightly deformed. Indicated as the bullet hit something, it gets compressed. So the fact that it was deformed means it hit something and it was slightly compressed. Shored wounds mean it hit something, and so the floor would be a firm surface and the bullet deformed it. How did it get from under my husband's body? Can you explain that to me? The bullet, let's see. The bullet still has energy, and when it strikes a firm object, it meets resistance. And he goes on to kind of talk about that a little bit as it's going through your husband's body's bone. And yeah, he really got into that. It expands, energy is expanding. So when it actually hits a firm surface, it stops. Basically, it just stops. So let's see. So she says, let's see, you didn't test the floor, you didn't check the projectile. Again, objecting. There's tons of objections. Did you call Aloha to find out about the fabric? He said no. Could the upward trajectory be caused by my husband falling backward and the bullet going up? He says no. And then Miss K comes back and refutes that. So I get it now. She was going for Charles is falling back and Alex shoots him. So the bullet, that's what she was going for. Oh well. Did you see Alex's wound? He says no, just saw the paper towel. Were Alex's hands swabbed for residue? He says no, he already acknowledged he was the shooter. Are you aware that that her own hands or Tylee's hands were swabbed? He's like, nope. Did you know for a fact Alex was the shooter? He confessed. He confessed. Who else would it be? only based on the evidence provided, which, I don't know, he confessed. All you know for sure after 5 years of investigation by the that the gun was at my residence. Is that correct? Yes, that is all. But that is not all we know. Let's see. You can't tell me for sure, can you? She was getting really snarky with him. I wasn't there, but can only go with the facts and evidence. So he doesn't know the time that Charles was shot, and he doesn't know when her husband passed away. Then next up is redirect. So every item brought in, he observed when it was collected. Let's see. So he was talking about the opening in the gun. So they're okay. So they're all right. So do casings bounce and roll? Yes, they do. So he talks about the location of the house, right? So they've got this. You know what? Let me see if I can pull this up. Let's pull this up. Because this will be helpful. I took this screenshot yesterday. And we showed it on Joe Schmo, and I thought this was really helpful. All right, so here's the floor plan, right? All right, so there's Charles, right? And the casings that the casings they're talking about are that southmost wall and by his feet, right? You see those two little placards. Then you see the bat, which is just a little bit to the left, and then you see his hat, his baseball hat is up way up to the left there. So they're talking about okay, that's really weird. That's freaking me out. Here, hold on. Okay. They're talking about let's see, hold on. So the exact location of the shooter, okay. So they're saying that the shooter was the kitchen's to our right, or far right. You see Charles laying down there, right? The shooter was coming out of the kitchen where that little curve is, and the casings bounced off that because it ejected to the right. The casings bounced off that curve and ended up over on that south wall. So the shooter would have been located near the opening of the kitchen and rounded corner. Then they talk about the abrasions. The medical examiner didn't say that there was stippling. The medical examiner said something about abrasion, so that's a difference. Then they talk about the floor, the plank of the wood underneath Charles. Was there anything about the defect that would affect the path of travel? He says yes, it was a linear path. Let's see, was there anything about the defect and the path of travel? Yes, it was a linear path in the semicircular edge. She said, she asked, was there anything about the path, location, and freshness that confirmed it was from the gun? He's like, yeah, all of those. That defect was fresh. It was located underneath Charles. And the path, it just made sense. Why is it significant if Charles was up or down? Because he was vulnerable. The angle of entry into the abdomen is not consistent with him being anything other than being on the ground. So if the shooter is on the floor and he's standing, the bullet would go to the ceiling. So according to Lori, if he's falling backwards and he gets shot, bullet's going to end up, he's not going to be floating in the air. He's going to be falling back. So the bullet, the bullet's going to end up going, not to the ceiling per se. Oh, it could be to the ceiling if the shooter is crouched down. All right. No follow-up on that. All right, so now we get to Nancy Jo Hancock. Oh, poor Nancy Jo. She didn't know what she was getting into, right? Poor Nancy Jo. All right, I'm going to, if you guys want to take a screenshot of that, go ahead. I'm going to close that up. All right, so then we get to Nancy Jo. So Nancy Jo's 61. They met on an LDS dating site, which is Latter-day Saints. They texted a lot. Charles was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts. They would talk for hours and hours. She knew Charles was in the process of a divorce. She knew he was in Houston, and soon-to-be ex-wife was living in Arizona. He was going to meet a realtor to have his own house in Arizona. She knew Charles did life insurance or something about money, but that wasn't the focus when she's trying to meet somebody. She said that they talked a lot about Lori, but she never met Lori. Then Lori objects, leading. And Judge is like, I haven't heard the question yet. And Lori's like, leading is yes or no? And Judge is like, no, it's not. So then the question is asked. Charles told her why he was separated. He had, he said that the issues had been going on for several months, but more intensely since beginning of 2019. They talked in great detail about their relationship. Was there anything outside of your religious beliefs? She said, yeah. Or did you hear anything about outside beliefs? She said, yeah, a lot of things. What was his demeanor when he was talking? He was strangely calm and kind to Lori, even after what he was going through. She knew that their child was living with Lori at the time. He had other children as well, but the young one was living with Lori and Charles. Why did you keep talking? Well, he was very charming and kind. He was funny. He had really good banter. He seemed pretty awesome with all the craziness going around. Didn't think he was exclusive. She was asked, was he exclusive? And she laughed. She's like, no, I did not know. I mean, I knew that we were not exclusive. She knew about other women. One even asked for money online. They met just once in person. So they weren't dating, right? They talked a lot. They talked a lot on the phone. They were close. They were really, really close. And they met once. So he flew in July 10th. The plane was delayed. So they met at a restaurant. They basically shut the place down. They met around 7 o'clock or so. Charles seemed very ecstatic to seeing JJ. He was also going to meet with a realtor and then Adam, Lori's brother, afterwards. They were supposed to meet late afternoon. Charles was very fit. He was into fitness. She knew he was into swimming. He was strong and very fit. So they met around 7. The restaurant closed around 10. No one else was there. She said he was like a kid on Christmas morning. He was very excited to see JJ, and her voice kind of cracked. She was surprised at the details in describing Lori and how kind he was, and she would be a great mom to JJ. And the whole time Lori's probably just seething. She's probably just sitting there seething, because we saw that in her cross. She said most men you date don't talk about their exes that way, or their children. Well, maybe, but not their exes. It made an impression on her. Did you ever learn about he had life insurance? She said yes. Charles told her a lot about his life. She was surprised at the detail. He told her he changed his beneficiary to his sister Kay. Ha! That's probably why Lori was so pissed off, because she didn't know that. But this woman, this hussy from a dating site who dates married men, she knew that he changed his life insurance to Kay, and Lori did not. He wanted to tell Lori that. She told him because of his concerns for her safety and money, and she thought money would come into play. Let's see, Charles, she told him that at dinner time, the dinner on July 10th, and Charles chuckled and said he probably should, and it was a good idea. She has no beef in this case. She didn't know the family on either side. He needed to do the things that he would need, and they were supposed to meet up for a late lunch on the 11th. She tried to text him that day. She tried to call him, and she just thought he ghosted her. And I saw a lot of you guys were saying, he ghosted her. Unfortunately, he ghosted her. Let's see. She heard in December. So this was July, and she heard in December that she was watching TV. And when she heard about the dates, she checked her phone for texts, and then she contacted law enforcement. She was puzzled because she thought it was a good date. She was wondering why he ghosted her. So, hashtag, yeah, I did a Nelson there, only fan. Oh, Lori. So then Cross gets up. My husband was going through a divorce. Did he verify that? No. Did it surprise you that we were not in the process? Charles was in the process. He was not. Would it surprise you? He's like, okay, like, back off. Nancy Joe's like, back off. Did he say he was divorced? I'm not certain. Would you have gone out with him if he was married? I would not. I just met for dinner. do you go out on dates with married men? Objection, of course. Do I not have the right to cross this woman? Judge says you can cross. So, do you go on a date with married men? You asked Charles if he was a good kisser. I'm not sure he did. Objection. So you're trying to tell me and this jury you went on one date talking about me, and that, you know, she's like, I know what I testified. I knew what I testified about. We talked about lots of things, church, kids. Did he tell you about other kids? Did he tell you about Tylee? Doesn't recall that. Did he tell you about the relationship with her? Doesn't recall that. I'm sure you don't. Objection. Knew he did something about money and policy. Knew he did something with money and insurance. We already established that. He told her he changed his policy. He told her that his policy was $1 million. Did he tell you how much mine was worth? No. Like, does that really have any relevance? Does that really has no relevance? She is just so getting this woman's getting under her skin. When did you talk about me? Not very much. In text messages, she says on the phone. So let me understand. You were dating other men on this site. Would you say it was common about supposed ex-wives? And she says it's actually common. She's like, interesting. Objection. That's when Miss K is saying, you know, she just keeps objecting to Lori, continuing to, you know, she's not just asking questions, she's testifying, right? So then Lori's like, I won't do it again. So did you have any text messages after dinner? She says, yep. What time? She said 10:45-ish to midnight, maybe? She's like, I don't know, maybe. Lori, so her, you know what's are in a wad over this woman. Let's see. What did you discuss? That was objected to and sustained. Charles told you a lot about his wife. He's like, okay, sure. What were a lot of things? What I testified to? Can you be more specific? And then Miss Nancy Jo said, can I do a narrative then? And then that's when they came to a sidebar. And then the jury leaves. Judge says, what did you discuss about me? Are you sure? Because you're opening up a really big door. And she's like, I'll tell her to answer if that's what you want. And Lori's like, how do I know what a lot of things are? So interesting. We are here for the snark on both sides. Lori's snark is just, annoying. Man. Open the door. Yeah. Yep. Well, she's going to talk to her counsel, I'm assuming. She's going to talk to her standby or her advisory counsel. She's going to talk to her advisory counsel. And they're probably going to tell her, you know, don't do it. Here, I got to show you what's going on over here, guys. So on this over here, there's Super Bowl. And over here, we're streaming Monica Cementili. So we're on verdict watch over there. We got Super Bowl over here. And we got me over here. So for those that are wondering about Monica and the setup, we're right over there. YB, yep, Lori is very nasty. I will agree to that. I'm going to have to rework this a little. Sorry, Super Bowl. You're good. Let me just... Super Bowl needs her son. Yes, DMB. That's my little paralegal. Sherry M just got back. That cross was crazy. She is so jealous. She really is. She's so jealous. YB, how many of Lori's kids were biologically Charles' kids? None. They didn't have kids together. We need Northwest to confirm that, or Joe Schmo to confirm that, but I don't think they had biological kids. That's Super Bowl sunbathing. Yeah, Irish Amy, they did not have, pretty sure they did not have. And Pammy says none as well. Pammy says, well, where else would paralegal belong? That's true. This is what I said. Lori will talk with counsel. They will tell her, don't open this door, but will Lori listen to them? We will see when they come back, right? How long is lunch there? Hour and a half. So let me come back to here. So hour and a half, be 5 o'clock. I'll just leave that up for those that are coming in. Yep, no biological kids, none together. That's what I thought. Lunch is an hour and a half, so 5 Eastern. I remember they're on a half-hour delay, so they come back at 1:30, but it would be 2 o'clock. The stream will kick back in. Equinox, he loved those children like his own. That he did. Butterfly, Tylee was Ryan's. Colby was the man before Ryan, and JJ was adopted. I have, hold on a second. This is where I have all their. Okay, so Lori got married for the first time in 1992 when she was 19 years old to her high school sweetheart, Nelson Yanes. They divorced not long after, but they had no children. That's 92. Then in 95, Lori married William Lagioia, who that's where Colby comes from, right? But then they got divorced in 96. So Colby comes from William. That's in 95. Then Lori marries her third husband, that's Joe, in 2001, but they divorced in 2004, and that's where Tylee came out of that marriage, right? Yes, Super Bowl is perfect. So let's see, where was I? Okay, so we have Nelson was the first marriage. William is the second marriage, and that's where Colby comes from. Then Joseph was the third marriage. That's where Tylee comes from. Then Charles is the fourth, and they adopt JJ, right? And then, and then Chad. Chad was the fifth. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So they got Charles had filed for divorce. So he had filed for divorce. So I hope that helps you guys. Hello, Super Bowl. Where's my little kitty? Oh. Peace through strength. The mother of Charles's other 2 kids were not allowed around Lori alone. JJ was Charles's nephew that he adopted. Kay Woodcock is JJ's biological grandmother. That's right, because Charles and Kay were brother and sister. Baca says, so Lori lied. Charles had filed, according to what we have. Let's see. It's a good day for justice. We're hoping. Yep, YB, 2 hours, 57 minutes on Monica. I know, like she's not delusional. Dwayne, you don't have to trim your beard this week. Lori's fire burnt it off. Nice. Peace through strength. Lori has been evil since adulthood, in your opinion. She committed Munchausen by proxy against Tylee, in your opinion. Sinbad says, I think Charles' other two sons, Zach and Cole, may be in the courtroom, according to other reporters. Nate and Gigi chats have mentioned it. Joe was talking about that too, Sinbad, right? Joe thought that there were two people that came in yesterday through a side door, or three people came in through a side door. He said they weren't dressed like to the nines, but they looked, they were dressed nicely or whatever. And three people in the gallery got kicked out. So they came in through a sidebar and three people in the gallery got kicked out. So, hey, there you are. Where do we think Lori is going with after Cross? Will she open the door? You know what? That's a great, let's take a poll. Let's take a poll, guys. We have time for it. Start a poll. Will Lori open that door? All right, guys. Got a poll going for you. Will Lori open that door? Really? Super Bowl's like freaking out over here. All right, guys. New poll for you, chat. Check it out. Joe, yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to talk to you tonight. Yep. Aaron echoes it. Holy cow, can't wait to hear your thoughts later. All right. I'm sorry, but I gotta show you this. She's just being so cute right now. Laying in the sun. She's flopping her tail too. There's her tail flopping. Got floppy tail. She's blowing out my camera. She's in the sun. So there's the Monica's. Hey Joe, check it out. We're dual streaming. We're doing Monica Cementili over there. Gotta try to hold this steady. Monica Cementili over there. And I got Super Bowl here. And we're covering Lori here. Crazy here. Sunball. Nice, sunball. So, sunbathing Super Bowl. Nice. All right, Mel, awesome. You voted immediately. 41 votes. Good job, guys. Thank you for voting. Pretty kitty. Oh, good. Sandra subscribed to you, Joe. Yeah, guys, go check out Joe Schmo88. He's also on Twitter, JS_media. Go give Joe some support. Here we go. Go subscribe, Joe Schmo88. Dreama. And he's also on Twitter X. Here we go. If you're on Twitter, you want to follow Joe's live streams, JS_media88. Baca, maybe that's why the judge went to lunch so abruptly, so Lori could give that aspect more thought. Well, what I read was that she had more cross. So yeah, maybe. Dwayne, of course she'll open that door. She can't help herself, and she knows she has nothing to lose. Joanne says, I'm sure her support counselor will clearly warn her to be extremely careful not to open that door. Oh, I'm sure, but her ego. Prima, you're already subscribed to Joe. Awesome. Thank you. Sinbad, I can't vote on my TV. Chat doesn't pop it up. You have a phone? Go on your phone. You're texting us or you're posting on your phone. If you can use your phone. Let's see. Joe says, Freeway, yes, he gave specific instructions for how Kay was to distribute the life insurance money, including taking care of his children, and she honored those. Nice. Door opening not to kids. Door would be open to Chad, affair of 9 months. Dwayne says, Chef Super Bowl Ramsey. Yes. Michelle says, Lori said it was going to take a long time. Okay, good. You did vote. Oh, there you go. You voted on tablet. Gotcha. I gotcha. That is going to bring in his suspensions of her and Alex. Suspicions? Maybe suspicions? Peace through strength, chat affair, and the cult business. Freeway Goat. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Don't remember seeing you before, but cool. Hope so, in addition to Lori's sake, makes sense. All the crazy beliefs will be coming in. Equinox, I want her to, however, will she? Suspicious, yeah. I read fluent, I can translate fluent Capri law, Capri pants. Yeah, you believe she also deleted Joe Ryan? Yeah, what did he do? Did he have he had a heart attack, right? He died sudden. So Joe died suddenly in 2018 from what was ruled as a heart attack. Some have speculated whether foul play was involved, but as now it's just been, it's not been reopened or ruled suspicious. So he died of a heart attack, but he was only 51. Oops. Lori is casting a spell on Nancy the demon. Yep, peace through strength. So glad Lori showed her evilness. Pray it comes out more. I think we're going to see a lot more of it, unfortunately. Northwest says Joe was too decomposed, ruled heart attack. Thank you, Northwest. Still nothing. 3 hours and 5 minutes on Harmonica Cementili. It's hard not to think that there was something suspicious with Joe's, with Joe's sudden passing at 51, heart attack at 51. I mean, it's possible. Of course, it's possible. But all right, Mike, you will be back soon. Cool. Dad duties are calling. We have your seat. Your seat will be waiting. Selena K, they're coming back at 5. Let me come back here. They're coming back at 5. 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific. Joan says if Lori's counselors gets through to her, she won't open the door, but if her narcissism is stronger, she will open the door. Yep. Let's see. Sinbad said, I just found out that my TVs are in Abel's name, so he can control chat and polls. Oh boy. Oh boy. That has ramifications. Tammy says, Lori will not only open that door, but a dark cloud of doom will enter the realm. Right? Yep. Isn't it ironic? It's like rain on your wedding day. Joe Schmo, what was your poll result for how long the jury would deliberate for Monica? Ooh, that's a good one. Is that still open? Did I leave that open? That stream's still open. Hold on. That stream is still open. That should still be open. Did I close it? Oh, no, it's still open. All right, so Joe, we have, how long will the jury take to deliberate? 0 to 2 hours, 16%. 2 to 4 hours, 37%. So that's where we are right now. 4 to 6 hours, 24%. And 6 to 8 hours, 22%. So right now, the majority says 3 to 4, and that's where we are right now. So if you guys want to go vote in the Monica Cementili, if you haven't voted there, go over there and vote. I'm going to leave that open until we get a verdict. What are you doing, silly little kitty? You're being so silly. Justice Obsessed says, I don't think opening the door will be to the children being gone, but he was really worried she was twisting the religion and had gone off a rocker. She'll open the door to that. Yeah. Yeah, Capri Law, she wants to hear what they said about her too badly. I agree. Peace Through Strength says, and they most likely deleted the nosy neighbor that walked Chad's fence and could have witnessed something. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a nosy neighbor. Huh. I believe she and Chad are guilty of more deaths allegedly. I didn't know about that one. Interesting. Tammy, you said 4 to 6. All right, you're still in the running. Well, I'm still in the running. I did 3 to 4, or 4. What did I do? Wait, what were the what were the things again? 2 to 4. Okay, yeah, I did 2 to 4. I guess 2 to 4. YB, we are ready for a verdict or jury question so we can see the lean. This is going to ruin the tour. Awesome handle. I love it. I voted yes in solidarity and hope. I didn't watch the first trial, so I don't know Lori like y'all. You voted yes in solidarity? Gotcha. Holly Mack. Charles told the police Lori threatened to unalive him. I really hope he told Nancy that, and she spills all the tea. Wow. 88 Keys. Not being a lawyer, I wonder if Nancy Jo could answer. She believed Charles when he said he was getting a divorce since he wasn't living with Lori and Lori had been with Chad for months. Yeah. YB, I didn't follow the first trial because it was only audio. I didn't really, I think Erin listened to it. Or, Erin had it on while she was working. I don't think I watched her allocution. Yeah, I don't think I really followed it either. I probably saw recaps. I think I did recaps. Northwest says, Nancy Jo went to one dinner and was pulled into court 5 years later. Hugs for Nancy Jo. Absolutely, poor thing. I hear you. Nancy can't say what Charles said. That's hearsay. Aaron listened to the entire trial. Thank you for saying that. Dwayne, can you please post a link for Joe? Yes, it comes up. Let's see. It comes up every once in a while. You know what? I should know what the. Just give it a moment, Dwayne. We'll get that up for you. Rachel says, I don't think the advisory council is allowed to give her advice on that, only on courtroom procedure. Carol, you followed it through Nate Eaton? Yeah, that's how we found out about this whole thing was through Nate. It's Joe Schmo 88, Dwayne, but just give it a moment. We'll pull it up for you. Oh, the bot isn't working for dual streams. All right, hold on. Excuse me. All right, hold on a sec, guys. Joe Schmo 88. Oh, here we go. There you go, Dwayne. My wonderful, wonderful wife pulled that up, Erin. Fantastic producer, owner, all around wonderful human being. Joe Schmo 88. And then if you guys are on X, so we do a recap every night. we did jury selection, and we did days 1 and 2. And then if you guys are on Twitter, you can check out Joe doing live tweets, JS Media 88 there as well. Peace through strength. I think the neighbor died just after Tylee or JJ. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear about that. Thank you for that. Baca says, Erin rocks. Yes, she does. Irish Amy, yay for Erin. Yeah, I'm sure Lori has renamed Nancy. Nanar says, yes, advisory council is there to advise, give her help. Yes, Capri Law. Erin is the GOAT. All right, I'm going to step away just for a quick moment, get some more water, and I got my eye on both streams though, because we'll be back here in like, half hour or so, and then we got Monica Cementili over there. So, all right, Joe, we'll see you tonight. Fight the good fight. We'll see you tonight. Go get him, Joe. All right, I'm going to step away just for a few minutes. I will be back momentarily. All right, guys, I am back. Susie says, it just dawned on me that Lori probably was reading his text between him and Nancy and was probably taunting him with his little girlfriend. She's jealous as heck. Yeah, she did have his cell phone. Don't forget that. She had his cell phone until she gave it back. So I'm sure her and Alex were looking through his phone, meaning Charles's phone, for sure. Sinbad, okay, need to watch it again. Hubby was even saying, hot damn, she's so mad. Oh, she was, all I think about when I watched that was Kramer when Elaine was in a fight with somebody and he's like, ooh, cat fight. I hate to be like that, but that was totally like just her claws were out and she was just like, me. God, she is just such a piece of work. She's just a piece of work. So Monica Sementilli, verdict watch is at the verdict clock is at 3 hours and 37 minutes. Still counting. What is taking them so long? Hey Michelle, when will lunch be over? It's we're on a half-hour delay, unfortunately. So we about another 10 minutes. They're going to come back in about 10 minutes. So just hang tight. Mike, you remember that Seinfeld episode? Yeah, Elaine's fighting with, I forget who she's fighting with. But yeah, Kramer. Mike, are you looking for a timestamp to go back to? It's about an hour ago, hour 42 minutes ago. Yeah, it sounds about right. Let's see, hour 42 minutes. Mary Jo. Butterfly Dana, I had put 2 cats up and said cat fight later, said Lori and Nancy. Joe rolling around on the courtroom floor. Totally. Oh, you put 2 cats up. I got you. Totally. I hate to be like that, but it is kind of funny. Billy Moore, Lori likes all the attention she's getting. So 3 hours, 38 minutes if you go back. Well, wait, we haven't been streaming for 3 hours and 38 minutes. Yeah, the cross started for me like an hour. Yeah, hour and 40 minutes or so. Yeah, you'll find it. Just go back. Fuggin' Chrissy, I really wish they'd make her use Charles's name, not say my husband. He isn't her husband, and I'm sure it's incredibly disrespectful to Mr. Vallow and his family. She likes to, yep, I agree. I wonder if can a judge do that? Can they force her to say? I wonder about that. Yeah, I can just hear her reading text out loud in that vapid little minxy voice. Abel, you'd pay to see that? Mel Stiller, Lori is like a wreath. She needs to be the center of everything. Yep, get your peanuts and popcorn. Holly Mack, Lori sure has aged over these past 6 years, yeah. Nanar, that was a great idea. You started at 1:11, but that clock verdict time is on your site. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so 1:11, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're coming up on 4 hours, yeah. Cicely, oh my God, I just started watching this cross. Yeah. Yeah. Fuggin says, sorry, that is just incredibly frustrating and annoying. I feel as though other courts would make anyone address the deceased or victim a specific way. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure. This is going to ruin the tour. Who's in Verdict Watch? Monica Cementili. So if you go to our channel, we're streaming on the other. Here, check it out. Well, you can't really tell. I'll come over here real quick. There's Super Bowl. There we're streaming. That's us over there. We're streaming. We're in Verdict Watch over there. So I will let you guys know when that comes in. Because the judge says when it comes in, it's immediate. There's not going to be a 10-minute, 15-minute, whatever delay. It's going to be like immediate. What? Thank you, Sinbad. I'm pulling double duty today. Yep. Wendy, Super Bowl. Holly Mack, from all accounts, Charles was a wonderful person. I agree. RDB says Colby said her Botox has worn off. YB, yeah, she deleted Charles for loser Chad, and Monica deleted Fabio for loser Baker. I think I did a poll. I did a poll the other day. I forget. Something to the effect of, gosh, what was it? Yeah, I can't remember what the poll was. Shoot. I did do a poll about that. Maybe it's in here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, who has the worst taste in soulmates? Lori with Chad got 66%. Monica with Baker got 33%. So who has worst taste in soulmates? Because they both considered, right? Weren't they connected with their soulmate? So you guys said Lori and Chad did worse. Lunch break still. Virginia, they should be coming back momentarily. They are back, but we're 30-minute delayed. So we're just waiting. Waiting for the feed to kick back in. Selena K, I am just starting to watch today. Who is on the stand after lunch? It should still be Nancy Joe for Cross. And if you, let's see, I have it pinned to the top. If you look at the pinned comment, it's on the top there. Oh, we may have something for Cementili, you guys. Cementili, verdict. Verdict is in on Cementili. Maybe a false alarm. Hold on. Might be a false alarm. Might be a false alarm. Hold on. It might be a false alarm. Sorry, I just... All right, false alarm. False alarm on Monica for now. The camera moved. All right, false alarm. Yeah, I think it was a false alarm, you guys. Sorry, I pulled the trigger too fast. Dang it. That was a false alarm. My bad. The camera moved and I thought it was a false alarm. Only because the judge is like, yeah, that camera's moving. All right, that camera's moving. Keep your eye out, guys. We may have a verdict over at Monica. I'm not sure yet. Although the verdict clock is still going. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, guys. That was my bad. False alarm. That's my bad over here on Monica's. That was seems like a false alarm. The cameraman was moving all kinds of stuff. Put out the fire. False alarm, I know. My God, my head's going to explode. I got epic cross exam over here on Lori and possible verdict coming in on Monica. All right. Seems like a false alarm. I got Rafa at the gates trying to get in. Yep. Camera moved to the dryer vent. Camera moved to the dryer vent. Sorry. Yep. I pulled the alarm. Sorry, guys. Well, I saw the camera moved from the seal, and I thought, oh, we have some movement, but the verdict clock is still going there. Yep. Clock is still ticking. All right. I'm going to close the poll. Going to close the poll. Ending said poll. Will Lori open that door? Let's see if she did. 159 votes. 84% of you said yes. 15% said no. All right, let's see. Let's see. Cross will continue on Nancy Joe. I'll let you guys know what goes on with Monica. It just went black. Now they're going back to they're playing with me. They're messing with my mind over there. It goes black and then it goes to the dryer vent. Monica's messing with me. Monica's messing with my mind. I say it depends on what her stupid paralegal tells her. Okay.
Something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show, and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Miss Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So, on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
I object, Your Honor, to
Question.
argumentative harassment.
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app besides that.
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then?
Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there, he was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Miss Kay? Not that she's law enforcement, but
Did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's... I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
and when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides?
The prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Miss Kay,
How much time passed in between there?
With Trina Kay,
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
is that the first communication you had with Miss Kay was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that
I knew of the situation of us being separated?
Well, he was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Did you ever take a day?
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay. And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just...
Thank you, that's enough. I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so...
No more questions, Your Honor?
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Did you reach out to the police, or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police.
um,
I was surprised, given that if they had seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had, and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister?
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences?
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case, and his picture came on the screen, and shocked is an understatement, yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles
absolute-
told me this?
Absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again, and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior test meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said, sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at?
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at?
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise, our
The jury ask questions?
Yep.
Nothing on Monica, guys. I'll let you know. As soon as anything happens on Monica, don't worry, chat. I'll let you know. They must, excuse me, they must be arguing over these questions because I think both sides have to agree. Right? Isn't that how jury questions work? Both sides have to agree. So these questions must be pretty interesting.
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question? Does the defendant have follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, the state.
No.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
I thought he was talking to me.
Yes, applause for Nancy Jo. She did really well. Good for her. All right, I guess they are on. They're on a break. Yeah, turn over the bacon. Let me turn that down. Hey, Trish Crow, you're all caught up. Mike says she stood her ground. Traveling Teresa, we love you, Nancy Jo. Northwest, your dog started identifying as a chinchilla. Keeps rolling on dry grass and dust. That's funny. Again with the side bar. What's with the side bar? Mel says, good people who tell the truth usually do well on the witness stand. Yeah, absolutely. Just tell the truth. That's all you have to do. Because you won't get tripped up. The truth is the truth. You won't get tripped up. You won't get perjured. You won't look like an idiot. Oh.
A little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition.
All right, so jury.
All right, so they're going on a short break. Yeah, I turned it down, Dwayne. I turned that hiss down. According to closed captioning, this is African recess. I saw that too. I wouldn't mind going to Africa right now. That'd be pretty cool. All right. let's recap. So coming out of lunch, Nancy Joe was still on cross. Contrary to what we were hoping for, Lori did not open that door. So you had seen on TV, my husband passed away, and then Kay, and you reached out to her. That is correct. How many times have you spoken? A few times. Texted her here and there. Don't know. She says, I don't know what I can say. How many times? I have no idea. More than 10? She's like, yeah. Did you turn them over to the state? No. Never asked by the state to turn over texts. She would have if asked. She doesn't know anything else. She didn't have anything else to turn over. She didn't know what else she could turn over. She didn't have anything else. How many times have you spoken to the state? Once in person, one by phone call. How many texts? I have no idea. More than 10? Prior to her texting me yesterday to come in, no. Have you ever spoken to my brother Adam? Yes, at her grandson's pickleball tournament. How do you know if it was him? I'd seen him on media, the media surrounding you. You initiated it? She said, I said hi. So you introduced yourself to him? She says, maybe. We found out later, not really. How did he know who you were? He didn't. So she saw Adam and she went up and she talked to him. Then she's like, well, wait a minute. Can I go back and change how I met your brother? And surprisingly, she was. His picture came up in a dating app, and I'm remembering now he had a different photo, and she told him, you should probably, have your photo and your name match. That's kind of deceptive. Let's see. Then Lori asked, do you know what perjury is? And I think she's like, of course, but then objection, argumentative. How long was the conversation? She says a couple of minutes. Did you schedule a date with Adam? She's like, no, I did not. Lori. She has spoken to Brandon Boudreau. Lori's like, okay, when? Well, he attends the same church as her daughter. She knew who he was because her daughter had told her. Lori, of course, in relation to me. She's like, yep, she and I know the story. You want to go there, Lori? Let's go there. It unfortunately did not go there. She knew that he was married to your niece. They didn't speak, but they didn't really meet. They just kind of saw each other. She didn't introduce herself at that time. She did speak to law enforcement about this case. Mr. Moffitt interviewed her. That was in 2020 in April. That was on the phone for about 45 minutes. She didn't speak to any other law enforcement. The time in between speaking to law enforcement and speaking to the state was from 2020 to a few months ago. So, did you know at the time of your date I was still married? Obviously, objection, speculation that was sustained. So Charles told Nancy Joe that Lori was having an affair. So Charles knew, I guess, about Chud. She met Charles July 3rd, give or take a day. So is it fair to say you knew my husband a week? She said approximately, because their date was the 10th, so 3rd through the 10th. No further contact. Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact. I thought that was a good bazinga moment. Unless she's like, she's channeling Charles through the portals or talking to him, No, I didn't have any other contact with him because he was dead. Didn't know he was dead until I saw the TV. She found out about how'd you find out about my sister-in-law? That was objected to, and judge allowed that. So 5 months later, she contacted Kay to express her condolences and said and told her how much Charles loved JJ and how excited he was to see him. And Lori cuts her off and says, thank you, that's enough. Then Lori's like, I'm just recapping here. You contacted her through Facebook. That was objected. That was overruled. Again, there was another objection because Lori's going on. This is a recap of everything we've gone through. So she met with law enforcement April 22nd. Nancy Joe's like, I didn't say the 22nd. I said sometime in April. And then no more questions. So then redirect comes out. And of course, rehabilitation was good. Ms. K is a professional. She knows what she's doing. So Nancy Joe reached out to law enforcement. It was not the other way around, meaning law enforcement did not reach out to her. If she had seen the phone let's see, if she had seen her phone, they would have seen the text messages the night before. Sorry, if they had seen her phone. She had heard about Kay through Charles, and she heard about the policy change and how their love for JJ was just unbelievable. Were you shocked about his death? And she's like, yeah, shocked is an understatement. She talked with Kay. Talking with Kay, had you ever tried to talk to others and verify what Charles said is accurate? She said no. He told me a lot. I was surprised I wasn't contacted again because Charles told me a lot more. So we didn't get into that. Didn't talk to Adam about the case, but she recognized him through media reports. So let's see. The pickleball was a week and a half ago. So it was pretty recent. Just a week and a half ago. She said hi. She might have said we're testifying, and that's it. She didn't say, hey, I'm going to go say this or that. State told her to tell the truth, whatever that was. She knew Charles only a week. But he made an impression. He was a large personality, and it was hard not to be impressed with his wit and his Southern accent, among other things. Lori, so I was talking about Lori and Charles's relationship. She knew they had separated, and he had filed for divorce, but then he recanted it. But then he met with an attorney because he was tired of the craziness. And then she says, I will say after dinner, I did tell no one would want to be serious. Okay. I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him while he's going through this divorce. Unless he was more along in the process, including me. She didn't entertain a serious relationship, but she said he was fun. And then a jury question came down, and they took a while to go through it. Nancy Joe's like, can a juror ask a question? Or can the jury ask the question? And he's like, yes. And she's like, was there verbally any indication of stress? She said, definitely yes. No follow-up, from defense or the state. And then Lori had a hot mic moment of like, Lori whispers, I thought he was talking to me. He was talking to you, Lori. No movement on Cementilli, just to give you guys an update. Still in verdict watch. 4.5 hours. Dang it. I missed my my window there. All right, what are you guys talking about over here? Why are we on a break? Stepped away for 10 minutes. Waiting for the next witness, I should say. Your Lori voice is perfect. Baca, I wonder if the Monica judge isn't airing jury questions, if any. Yeah. They're pretty tight-lipped over there, Baca. They're pretty tight-lipped. Sinbad, I wonder if the church runs the LDS dating site. Note to self, ask Joe. Yeah, definitely ask him that tonight. That's a great question. Who runs that dating site? Cementilli, who? I almost forgot about that. Rule of thumb, 1 hour of deliberation per day of testimony. Oh, no. Don't tell me that. It's 40 hours, 42 hours of deliberation. No. No, Northwest, no. I can't imagine that jury's going to want to deliberate for 40 hours, 42 hours. Can you imagine 42 hours of deliberation? Yowzer. Dwayne says, if he wasn't a judge, I'd throw tomatoes, but then I'd have to clean your own TV. Baca, you're thinking 6+ hours are gone? Yeah. What do I have? Let's see. Yeah, I did 2 to 4. That was 35%. 4 to 6 is 26%. You guys are still in the running. And 24% thought 6 to 8 hours. So you guys are still in the running. Yeah, I know. Sinbad. No. Billy says, please don't be hung. Can't sit through another Baker testimony. Lovely Wayne says, Cementilli verdict on Friday. Hope not, but before the weekend, they may come back hung and get told to try again. Sinbad, you did 2 to 4. I know. I guess we were being too optimistic. We thought they'd be like, we're done with this. Let's just get through this. Hey, Angelique. Oh, wait a minute. Pammy, oh my God, Whoppers. I could have bought regular size box. Oh, wait. All right. Angelique, playing catch up. Hello to you. Thank you for dropping in and saying hello. YB did the same, 2 to 4. Mel says, this is a great community. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I'm completely invisible in a certain chat. Paula says, I'll be busy that month if there's a retrial. I'm not going to. Oh, Lizzie, Vallow, Reed, Richens, and other unalivers. Thank you, whoever gifted my membership. Oh, fantastic. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. Sarcasm. I'm finally getting my KFC tonight after Colonel Sanders had me craving it yesterday. Totally. Hey, Michelle Phillips. You got gifted a membership. Was that last week, I think? Or was it earlier this? What's today, Wednesday? Yeah, you got gifted a membership. I remember that. I'm just glad the trial ended. Yeah, we're not going to retry. We're not going to restream Monica. If it's a hung jury, I'm not going to redo that. I've had enough of that. We'll move on to something else. Widespread, you did 4 to 6, but it's only Wednesday. I think they'll definitely try to have a verdict by end of day Friday. Well, at this point, let's see. It's almost 3 o'clock there. Yeah, they may want to go home. They do that a lot, right? They go home and sit on it, then they come back. Susie, I had 4 to 6. Come on, jury. Robin, Lori is afraid as a warthog on the Serengeti. That's why she's so angry. Nice reference. YB, thank you for the membership. Those U.S. food names get me every time. Charles, I love your recaps with Joe. Hey, Nanar, thank you for the $20. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate your generosity. Nanar. Oh, you're not in the chat? Nanar, you're not in the chat, but thank you. I'll say thank you if you see this. Thank you for the $20. Appreciate that. Oh, and Pammy, thank you for the cups of coffee. Pammy, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you, Pammy. I shall say thank you here too. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys, for the support. You guys are really sweet. Appreciate that. Pammy with her $25. Double streams, double work, double appreciation. Aw, thank you, Pammy. Thank you so much. Put that in here. Thank you, Pammy. I really appreciate that. Everybody loves Pammy. We do have the best community, Mel. I agree. We have the best community. Yes. Pammy, you the best. Billy says, Lori will be interrupted so much this will be a Monica trial on and on. Lily Wayne says, I think jurors are afraid to come back too soon because all they will hear is that they didn't look at all the evidence carefully enough. I know. That's true. Aw, stop. It's a great place to be. It is. Sinbad says, love you, Pammy. Oh, Irish Amy's giving a hug to everybody. And also Nanar, but Nanar's not in the chat, is she? Nanar's not coming up for me. Well, Nanar, if you're listening, thank you for your support too. Oh, there you are. So you were listening. Okay, I was just emailing Aaron. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, that's Aaron came in and told me that. So thank you, Nan. You're the reason we are here in the best chat. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. That means a lot. And you guys are the reason that I'm here too. You guys make this so much more enjoyable. Trust me, you know, it works both ways. You know what I'm saying? Lizzie Vallow, Reed, Richens, and other unalivers. This is my worst time of the day, so great to still have Tylon and folks to chat with. Right on. I'm glad we're here. Glad we're here for you. We'll be here. We're going to be here all night. We'll be here until, well, let's see, 8 o'clock. And then we do a recap with Joe Schmo. He's at the court. So we do a dual stream with Joe starting at 9. So if you guys missed anything, you want to come back and check out. If you have questions for Joe, I know you do. I've got tons of questions for Joe. How did the jury react to that that fight we saw between the two, witness and Lori? And when I say fight, I mean, you know, verbally sparring. I can't wait to ask Joe about that. So yeah, we're not done. We're not done for a while. Oh, Billy, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks. Billy, my guy, nice. Lizzie, what's that UK time? Late? Yeah, right. It's late for you right now. What's it, like midnight over there? Over there. Is it midnight for you? And Aaron is saying thank you so much as well. Michelle says, I think we're in for a real interesting next part. Yeah, it's like, you just never know. That's why you watch, right? That's why we watch, because it could be like, I think OnlyFans said this a while ago. It's like 3 or 4 days of like boring, just slogging through it, and then all of a sudden you get like one witness and you're like, what? So it's 11 o'clock for you? All right. So we're 5 hours, 5-hour difference. 22:52. I hear you. So yeah, we will be going till 11 o'clock our time. So that means 4 o'clock in the morning for you guys. So I don't expect you guys to be with us then, but oh, Sinbad. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Sinbad and Abel. Thank you guys. Really, really appreciate that. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. You guys make our chat what it is. I say that all the time. It's the truth. Our chat is you. You guys are our chat. That's like Runkle late, yeah. Well, Runkle's on the West Coast. He's like in wherever, Saskatchewan. He's way over on the Pacific side, so he can, you know, midnight our time is only 9 o'clock his time. So he's fine. Gina Farley, best chat. The Squeegettes. All I can think of is like David Bowie on that one. Squeegee and the Squeegettes. That's really funny. That's really funny. Thank you, Irish Amy. That's a good one. Aaron saying, mwah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Carol, mods and chat are the best. Sarcasm, now that you're done adulting for the day, I'm here as long as you are. Awesome. Thank you. Bala, we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Have a good night. Take care. Mel says Saskatchewan is the Canadian prairies. I used to live there. This is going to ruin the tour. Do we come back on 30-minute delay from their 10-minute break? We're already 30-minute delay, so whatever the delay is, the delay is. So, in other words, we're already delayed, so they may be back. I don't know. Here's the time where I need to check on Joe. Let me check in with our courtroom insider, see if he's saying anything. Does not look like it. 43 minutes ago, when we meant to go over your testimony, how did I tell you to testify? To tell the truth? Yeah, no new updates from Courtroom Insider. Oh wait, 23 minutes ago we did have an update. All right, I'm not going to say. So there was 23 minutes. So that was 23 minutes ago. So we're on a 30-minute delay. So about another 7 minutes. So it looks like we have about 7 more minutes or so to wait till they come back. How do you gift a membership? How do you gift? I think I don't know, let's see. I'm on a desktop, so if you go to the chat, you'll see the smiley add emojis, and then there's a, dollar sign, if you will, show your support. Oh.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
Okay. I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Let's start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but...
Sometime after that?
Yes.
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that also through church?
Yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, and I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home, and so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in Hawaii?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? But you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
And who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend, a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding,
Okay.
and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or
Right.
things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with?
that I went there, yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you, so in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better back
For
then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
them that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No. Not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
And did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp.
Okay. organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes,
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time, you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so only she can hear it. This direct is very strange. This witness does not recall anything, and she's the only one that's going to hear it. We're not going to hear it. Maybe it has to be introduced into evidence first. All right, this is a very, very strange direct. So we're not hearing it, only she's hearing it. We can ask Joe tonight if this is standard, these dark spirits, because Joe... Oh. Audio's out on their end, guys, not our end. I'm telling you, this trial has been, from a technical standpoint, I haven't been happy with it. Yep, there's no audio playing. They're asking questions and there's no freaking audio. It's the court feed. I checked another feed and they're screaming over there too. Technically this is not cool. I'm not happy at all with the stream providers, to be quite honest. This is just not cool. We're missing all of this. We're totally missing all of this. Great, so now we have to wait 15 minutes for the audio to come back. So the stream said we're aware the audio is not working, it should be back in about 15 minutes. Awesome. Now we're gonna have 15 minutes of dead air. Unbelievable. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. Those that are providing this stream, this stinks. I am very, very upset. This is not cool. This is not cool. 15 minutes. 15 minutes we have to wait. Unbelievable. All right, let me go see what Joe's saying. See what our courtroom insider is saying, because we got no audio. Oh, okay, so nothing further. Court is in recess. Lori declines to cross-examine. So there you go. So this is just a big nothing burger. All we could do is just to get to see her sit there. So Joe Schmo said 14 minutes ago, Lori declines to cross-examine. Nothing further. Court is recessed. Hour and 15 minutes early. We will resume at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Well, that's a big nothing burger. All right, so I'll recap. On the stand is, let's see. So we came back from lunch. Nancy Joe, I'm just going to turn this hiss down because why? No point in having that. All we get is hiss. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, so we came back from lunch. Nancy Jo was still on the, did I go over this already? I think I did. I did go over this. Okay, so Christina Atwood, a friend of Charles, she's 52. She was raised in LDS. She met Lori at church. 2010, she moved into the area, but they met sometime after that. She knew Lori more than Charles. She pointed out that Lori was wearing a purple top. She visited them in Hawaii. I guess, yeah, they had moved in 2015. She had gone there to visit them. JJ and Tylee were living with them. Tylee might have been gone that weekend. She knew about Charles' children from a previous marriage. She knew about Colby as well. They just paddleboarded that weekend. She saw them at Temple when they moved back. Lori invited her to go back to Hawaii in fall of 2018. You know what? The only way we're going to find out what happened is through Joe, right? That's the only way we're going to find out about this. Because she's asking her what happened at that meeting. So apparently there was this meeting of these three, actually Zulima, Serena, Melanie, and Nicole. They all met at Zulima's. And we don't know what's happening right now. So we're going to have to wait for tonight's recap. Yeah, I'm going to tell Joe we had no audio. He says he knows the camera operator. Yeah, this is absolutely terrible. Technically, this is like terrible. It's just terrible. I have nothing good to say about this. Technically, the stream absolutely sucks. And if you're listening, whoever's running this, providing this stream, get your act together. This is not cool. So let's see. She doesn't recall how, she doesn't recall a lot. This is just a really weird direct. This is a really weird direct to me. So let's see. January 2019, Lori did reach out to her. She talked to her about her marriage. She was upset with Charles. She said they had gone to Hawaii, but she was not sharing that with many people. Charles was back in Texas with JJ. Tylee was staying with Alex. Let's see. She doesn't recall if she didn't want Charles to know where she was. She doesn't recall a lot. She doesn't recall how long she didn't let Charles know. She had to be her memory had to be refreshed twice. She listens to her interview again, or another interview. Yeah, this is I'm not happy. This is really upsetting you guys. I mean, I understand technical issues happen, but your white balance was off, your camera was out of focus. Your audio is terrible. You have hissing. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we have some audio here. Yep, this is just terrible. There's no audio. I don't know who's going to have it. I mean, this just absolutely stinks. Yeah, no, I'm looking at other feeds and nobody has it. Everybody's screaming. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll stay here. At least we get a visual. I will stay here until they are done. All right, we'll ask Joe. That's the only way we're gonna find out what happened. So, sorry guys, we're missing all of this. The only thing I can say is just come and listen to us tonight at 9. Joe can give us the scoop. Yep, Joe will give us the scoop. Song chef. Let's see. Sinbad, Chad truly sending the demons through a portal. 88 keys. I think the last witness might be a zombie. Something's up with her. I mean, I understand she doesn't remember stuff. I mean, I get that. It happened 6 years ago. I don't know. It's just like, it's like she doesn't want to be there, right? Auntie Candy, about 5 more minutes per Twitter. Yeah. Irish Amy, no need to apologize. You can't help it. Well, let me see. I keep seeing closed captioning. No. They keep teasing me with that closed captioning. There's more. Scroll down. Reluctant witness. Will the stream with Joe be moved up since court let out? I would like that. Maybe. Let me see if I can get him to move it. Yeah, I would like that because I'm going to bed at midnight and getting up at 5:30, 6 o'clock. So it's catching up to me. East Idaho News says the main feed that failed, just Shamrock. Yeah. There's a lot of people that are upset. And I get it. Things happen. I don't know. I'm just... Verdict clock has lost 2 hours? Oh, you're right. It's back to 3 hours. What is going on? What the heck? What is going on? You're right. The verdict clock went back. It was supposed to be like 5 hours. And now it says 3 hours. What is happening? I feel like I'm in Poltergeist. What's happening? Wow. Cuddly Cactus. Courthouse needs sage and holy water. Alanis Morris said, it's not your fault. I hope Joe can move it up. If not, you need a nap in between. Yeah. This is insane. What's going on, man? We'll do our best, guys. I mean, I'll try to move it up. It's not up to me. It's up to Joe. I'll do my best. We'll see. Once he gets back, I'll see what. I'll text him and see if we can move it up. All right. I asked him. We'll see. Oh, they must have minus the lunch hour. Oh, you think? Well, it was like 5. It was like 5 hours. And now they took it back to 3:44. You think they don't deliberate over lunch hour? Too many issues with this trial stream. Period. I agree. The white balance was crazy at the very beginning. Remember, everybody looked orange or looked yellow, and then there was times where it was fuzzy. The camera work has been. I don't know. Don't want to throw shade on anybody because what?
On a Zoom meeting, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Entertained a serious relationship.
You're going to come right up. All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
Please sign your name for the record. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints,
All right. I don't know what I should do. Should I just replay this whole thing or should I try to find where we left off? I don't, let's just go through it. All right. It is deja vu. I'm not sure, I really don't know what to do with this, you guys.
being in February-ish of 2019?
The only
Let's go with
other
that.
person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
All right, let's go here.
So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to fast forward through this because this is kind of where it cuts out. So I'm just going to go ahead and fast forward. So sorry, guys. I'm trying to get us queued up. So this is when it was off. Just bear with me because it does kick in. Hang in there.
Very nice.
About during that meeting, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he'd been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially, you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, what was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
Without going into their hearsay, let me just ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting, though?
Yes.
So,
Just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Okay, sidebar.
Tomorrow at 10. All right, we're going to recess for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Again, I'll remind you of the admonition and advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, for the jury.
All right, seems like it's done. Boy, that just was not fun. That was not fun. I guess they're done for the day. Let me just make sure there's nothing. Yep, okay, that's it. All right. So, seems like they are done for the day. All right, that's it for us. It was painful. So we moved up Joe's recap an hour. So instead of it being 9 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock Eastern. So that's like another hour and 10 minutes. So he was kind enough to move it up for us. He's like 30 minutes from the courthouse, something like that. So he's, we're on a 30-minute delay, but it takes him 30 minutes to get home, and then he's got to get ready and all that stuff. So anyway, we did move it to 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So then we also have Monica Cementili. She's still going over there. So I'm going to have to talk to Joe to see what happened. We missed a lot. We missed a good 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe 10 minutes we missed. So what we did catch at the very end was, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that concerned you? She said, yes, it was very negative. Serena wasn't going to be well. She stopped meeting with Lori after this and was invited one time for lunch in August. Let's see, she learned about Charles from a text, but she didn't say who texted her. They didn't even, we have no idea who texted her. She thought it was his brother-in-law, and then she realized Alex had been involved. After she knew it was Alex, she stopped, Mrs. Case stopped going into hearsay. The shooting of Charles was about a month after hearing Alex say he wanted to delete Charles. So we missed that, but we heard about that second time around. Lori never joked about Charles being possessed or having a dark spirit. No cross, no jury questions. So, all right, was the name Ned? Yes, the dark spirit was Ned. The dark spirit was Ned. It's just me. Thank you. You will be here for tonight's recap. Awesome. Love to hear that. We missed the most important testimony. No verdict yet. Joanne, come and join us in an hour, and we're going to talk to Joe. I'm going to be like, Joe, the audio went out. Are you kidding me? They dropped the audio. So we'll rely on, Joe does great recaps. He takes great notes, so don't worry. Serena is still alive. Yes. Hold on. Dwayne, yes. Serena is still alive. Queen Anne says, that's nice of him to move it up. I'll be at your granddaughter's softball game. Cool, but I'll be listening, but that's for later. I'm here for now. We have 3 grandkids playing ball. Nice. Yes, Irish Amy, Joe is awesome. Sinbad, note to Joe, Christina makes me believe Lori and Chad still have followers out there who will do their bidding. She truly was scared to say much. Sinbad, please, you have 2 really good comments. I'm never going to remember those, so please come in and drop those in our comments so we can pull those up. Freeway Goat, Darn 404 Air will search for Joe. He's Joe Schmo 88. Here you go. Here's the link. And Monica's still going on. Let's see, it's almost 4 o'clock there. Almost 4 o'clock in Monica land. They're still going. And they did reset the clock, which is really weird. I don't know why they did that. Oh. Hold on. Jury question at Monica. So they wanted a transcript of a recording. They wanted a transcript of the recording. Yeah, no verdict. They wanted a transcript of the recording. Again, over here. Right? They wanted a transcript of the recording, it sounds like. Let me rewind that. All right, you guys. We're ending Monica. I'm going to end this stream as well. Yeah, Terry H. What's going on? We're dual streaming. So we're streaming Monica Cementili over here, and we're doing Lori Vallow over here. But I'm going to end both streams because I need to take a break. Love you guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our chat. Is there a redirect on? Did I put a redirect on? Okay, redirect is on. Join us for Joe Schmo. He's in an hour from now. We're going to recap with Joe Schmo. We're going to find out what we missed because we missed about 10 minutes there. So thank you for joining us. And we will see you guys at Joe Schmo in an hour. Or tomorrow, we're going to be dual streaming again. We're going to have Monica Verdict Watch, and we'll have Lori here. So join us tomorrow, and we'll see you guys then. Bye.